Warning, structural integrity failing. Emergency resuscitation of all personnel initiated. Exit this facility and report to Production Terminal Lima.
Hello? Can you hear me? Your suit can't transmit a voice or ID signal, but my sensors are indicating you're out there. First things first, check in at that production terminal. I need a second set of eyes on how badly damaged it is. Mining drills were the only buildable tech I could recover. Try crafting a few with materials from some of the chests around here.
Task inbound. Mining drill. Must be built at an ore vein and fueled with plant matter. Good work getting that ore plugged into the terminal, Groundbreaker. If you weren't on my crew, you should have been. For the next phase of repairs, you're gonna need a scanner. The tech for it unlocked automatically when you fix this thing, so open up your crafting menu and build one. Task inbound. Scanner. Scan machine fragments to restore tech tree access. Upgrade module scanned. Additional tech tiers or cores may be required. Open tech tree to review. Technology activated. Proceed with construction of smelter. Task inbound. Smelter. Supply with ore to produce ingots. Requires plant matter for fuel. Terminal upgraded. Basic automation schematics available. Task inbound. Inserter. Use inserters to transfer items between machines and conveyor belts.
great little factory breaker. If you took it all apart, you'd have most of what you need to deposit into the production terminal for the objective. Or you could keep your factory and build a whole new set of belts, inserters, and containers just for dumping into the PT. That's what I would do. These were training and information terminals, Breaker. Scan them and then open up your databank to take a closer look at anything that hasn't been scrambled or lost. Beacons are back online. Inspect the radio console right next to the screen. It'll start beeping and blinking in 3, 2, 1.
Signal triangulated. New location added to HUD. Life sign.
Access to all local facilities should be restored, including the one I've been stuck in this entire time. I've set an unlock code to the door. I've got some tech you're gonna like, and I know you wouldn't dream of leaving without me anyways. Sending that signal was more complicated than you think. I don't know why, but these computers feel like second nature now. Sort of the opposite of what I remember being like. I'd be the one to get you out of a situation like this, instead of the other way around. But I'm not giving up. That's how I know it's still me in here. You'll see.
These construction pieces, they're made from a special kind of building material. I can't remember where they came from, but I feel like we'll find more eventually.
Casualties detected.
What? You've never seen someone stuck inside an alien cube next to their own dead body before? Whatever I was trying to do here, I'm gonna take a wild guess and say it didn't work out. Hopefully, it was worth a shot. Let's go. Stop. Scan the fragment in that cage by the stairs before we go. We'll need that tech to get out of the sector.
Local signal deciphered. Sector headquarters. Report to production terminal radio for triangulation.
Sounds like the terminal is fully rebooted. Check the radio console again and see if the beacon it adds to your HUD gives us a clear path home.
Signal triangulated. New location added to HUD. Production terminal. Signal triangulated. New location added to HUD. Production terminal Victor.
Breaker, this is the time to activate the mole in your tech tree and build one. We won't be able to cut through to Sector Victor without it.
Task inbound. Mole. Manipulates terrain for traversal and composition of industrial construction sites. Bulletin. This mole is not authorized to destroy resources, critical infrastructure, or protected environmental areas.
got the chance to thank you for getting me out of that facility. I appreciate it. At the time, it seemed like the best thing to do was focus on work and not get caught up in thinking about anything else. I've tried to stay sharp for both of us, but now that we're almost back to the main line, I'll admit it. I was terrified. It'll be good to see some friendly faces. And a few thousand twinkling lights. I'm sure you've got people there too. I don't understand. A factory the size of a city is supposed to be here. It was right here. I know it was. Where is everybody?
Unauthorized equipment detected. Identified. Xeno material containers. No contents detected.
This looks like a standard field setup for drilling a new shaft, but there are two problems with it. The first problem is that we're at the end of the line. The only thing below here is the core, and this shaft doesn't look like it was cut large enough for freight anyways. The second problem is that nobody asked me first. That's a much bigger problem. If whatever they were up to here was bad enough that they thought I would report it, it must have been very wrong or very dangerous.
Temperature calibrated. Auto injection of mold temperature calibrated. Auto injection of coolant standing by.
Your stuff has places to go and machines to meet, Breaker. Keep building those conveyor belts. Is everything all right, Breaker? I know the disappearance of our entire operation and everybody we worked with is, not good, but panic is not a luxury we can afford right now. You might be the only person in the expedition with 2 feet left, so put one in front of the other and check in at PT Victor. You can do this. Shiverthorn breaks down the same way Kindlevine does, Breaker. Once we get the PT fixed up, you'll be able to plant and thresh these, too. Something about you not even checking in at Victor and bringing us directly to this giant mechanical door makes me... Something about you not even checking in at Victor and bringing us directly to this giant mechanical door makes me wonder about you, Breaker. I figured your memory would be as fuzzy as mine, but it seems like yours is crystal clear. These crank generators are toast. Try scanning both fragments, then rebuilding and activating one of them on this power floor. That door should pop right up.
Task inbound. Crank generator. Activate with manual or automated rotation to produce electricity. Power restored.
Jackpot. A warehouse. I knew that gigantic door was a good sign. Scan this place for some basic electrical machines, especially those planters and threshers on the racks, and pick up anything else you can find. If everything else is right where we left it, my camp might as well be too. If you were part of my crew, you'd probably recognize this place. Procedure was to take a portable habitat module into the field. That wasn't for us, so we rigged an assembler to make all this instead. We did everything our own way, but whatever they needed for the expedition, we found. People leave you alone when you get results. Those were good times. At some point, something else started to matter. That part is all a blur. I know we were supposed to go home. Lots of good tech fragments here, but I doubt we'll find anyone to rescue. People would take what they needed and get back out there.
Task inbound. Planter. Supply with seeds to rapidly reproduce fully grown flora. Electrical power required. Task inbound. Thresher. Supply with resources to produce a variety of organic goods. Electrical power required.
Filter inserters are especially critical for machines like threshers that produce both seeds and plant matter. You might not want to have different things spitting out to the same line or getting pulled into the same machine. And the filter inserter is going to help you with that.
Task inbound. Power floor. Build to establish structural foundation and conduct electricity from crank generators.
Keep an eye on your Echo Sketch map, Breaker. Some walls are more interesting to cut through than others. You can head up that way to explore if you want, Breaker, but you definitely have everything you need for now. Not sure if you noticed this, but you can rotate and zoom the Echo Sketch map too. Give it a little spin. Give it a little zrr. I hope you're backtracking for industrial purposes, Breaker, because the only way we're gonna find out what happened here is if we check in at PT Victor. You can't spend the rest of your life tinkering around at PT Lima like this is some kind of game. I mean, you can, but... Alright, enough of the scenic riverside walk down memory lane. Check in at Victor and maybe we'll get a handle on why we're looking at a postcard instead of a factory.
Task inbound. Assembler. Power with electricity to produce items in multiplied quantities.
In other words, even though you can handcraft anything, assemblers will make 2 of them in the same time it takes your portable tool to make 1. And we can build 1,000 assemblers, but nobody could ever build another you. Now that we have planters and threshers, you'll want to start building them on power floors as soon as possible. And don't forget to build a few crank generators on the same floors to get them going. Those stairs conduct power the same way floors do, Breaker. Might not sound like high technology, but it was. Good job finding those accumulators, Breaker. Once you start building crank generators, you'll be able to use these to store the energy they generate. And speaking of energy, why don't you use some of your own to check in at Production Terminal Victor? We don't even know what we're doing here. If anyone else is still around, they wouldn't be here. These places were pretty much built and left alone. This sector was a dream come true for hydroelectric power. It isn't surprising that we took accumulator construction seriously down here. I faintly remember power sources in other sectors that were even stronger, but they also tended to do things like explode, set things on fire, create giant clouds of poison. You get the drift. You can't go wrong with a good old-fashioned river.
Accumulator substation. All scans complete. Task inbound. Hover pack. Increases standard altitude for enhanced planning and exploration. Task inbound. Accumulator. Stores electrical power for delayed distribution.
You've got the right idea building those machines, Breaker, but don't forget that they need electricity to run. And that means you need to build it on a power floor or calcite platform that has a working crank generator on it too. And if the power taps out, that means you need to crank them again. I love your enthusiasm for new machines, Breaker, but those need to be built on power floors, and you haven't laid down a single one. After you put kindlevine seeds into this planter, your next step is to build a thresher that can turn the kindlevine it grows into kindlevine stems. If you're looking for seeds, you probably have some on you already from all that freestyle landscaping you've been doing. I support you in that.
Hover pack equipped. Jump twice in rapid succession to initiate liftoff.
This terminal is trying to reach out to 100 facilities that might not exist anymore. If we can repair it, we might be able to decipher where those facilities are located. Our people are out there, just like we were. I wouldn't ask you to rebuild this sector for the expedition, but I will ask you to do it for them. The faster we get on these signal and repair objectives, the better our chances of finding them will be. Right now, you should either get started on a local mining operation to make ingots, or start looking into how to make those Kindlevine stems. If you check the chest near Victor, you might find enough power floors to decipher the first signal. We definitely need new types of machines to make the goods this terminal's looking for, and those signals seem like our best shot at finding them. Well done, Breaker. Your first Kindlevine stem just got threshed, and you're on your way to repairing PT Victor. You've got the fundamentals now, so I'm gonna start letting you learn from your mistakes instead of buzzing in your ear about them. One last thought. Those stems you're making are more than good for PT Victor. They're also a better fuel than plant matter will ever be. Pop a few into your drills and smelters, and you'll see what I mean. Good luck.
Terminal upgraded. New technologies and recommended tasks available.
It's time to do a bit of exploring and take things to the next level with those threshers, Breaker. Now that you have Kindlevine stems, you'll need to thresh them a second time to make plant matter fiber. And then you can either use the fiber to handcraft the plant matter frames, or build an assembler to do it twice as fast. And if you haven't found assemblers yet, keep working on unlocking more signals, or go for a walk on your own. You never know what you might come across. I don't ask you for much, Breaker, but I want those mining charges back at the warehouse. Don't forget that the processor unit you just made is exactly what we need to get through the door keeping us away from them.
Task inbound. Double threshing. Thresh Kindlevine to produce Kindlevine stems. Thresh Kindlevine stems to produce plant matter fiber. Assemble plant matter fiber into plant matter frames. Thresher advisory. All generated outputs must be relieved for production without disruption. Filter inserter recommended.
Right. A thresher can make 2 products out of 1 material, so make sure you have inserters pulling out both, even if you only need one of them right now. The machine can get backed up if you don't.
Task inbound. Supply facility access door with self-repair materials.
Look through the window, Breaker. I can literally see the mining charge tech fragment on that table. What kind of miserable bureaucrat puts high explosives behind a securely locked door? You think we would be here if we didn't know what we were doing? I want you to fix that door as soon as possible. I want you to blow things up. We're in. Scan those mining charges. And that computer has something up with it, too. Something keeps pinging this terminal with the most irritating supply requisition I've ever seen. Wait, it's the Excalibur. But why would they requisition? Hold on. Why would they requisition? Hold on. It's not a requisition at all. Someone is using the supply management system to send a distress call?
Automated distress call received. Waypoint added to system display.
An automated distress call? I've only ever seen one of these in training. It shouldn't even happen. These beacons only light up when someone becomes unable to trigger a distress call themselves. Or worse. We need to find the source of that signal. Somebody needs our help.
Terminal upgraded. New technologies and recommended tasks available.
The tech tree is really opening up now, Breaker. Water wheels and mining charges are both going to be things I promise you won't know how you got this far without. Cooling systems will probably help you open up a lot of broken, overheated facility doors in the sector, too. And keep an eye out for those blue research core fragments. If placing those research cores by hand is getting tiresome, try looking at your tech tree for the core composer. The sooner you scan these water wheels, the closer you'll be to never having to turn a crank generator again. We should check out that office, too. Scanning that core composer fragment seems to have given you a free one in your inventory. Drop it down whenever you get the space and power to make it work. After that, you'll be able to dump cores into it and never worry about placing them one at a time again. I like the way you think, Breaker. Why fix the door when the ceiling is wide open? If this rock had fallen on the facility from above, the protection zone around the structure would have held it in place until it could either be pushed away. If this rock had fallen on the facility from above, the protection zone around the structure would have held it in place until it could either be pushed away or drilled apart. For it to have punched through like this, the weight would have had to slowly penetrate the protection zone over... Honestly, I don't know how long. A lot longer than we were going to be here.
Hydroelectrical administration. All scans complete. Task inbound. Core composer. Supply with research cores via belts and inserters for automatic placement and availability.
Fun fact, Breaker. Before they adjusted our suits for them, those creeper plants used to reach out and try to grab anybody who walked by. Got so common that it became a rite of passage for people who joined Deep Recon. Spaghetti got her call sign off of it. I'm very happy to see that the freight elevator is still intact. Not sure if it actually works, but obviously it would not have been easy to rebuild from scratch. Let's take a look.
Warning. Yune has anti-gravitational weight limit exceeded.
Your suit can only hold so much in a weightless state without slowing you down, Breaker. Get to a container and offload a few things as soon as possible. If you've ever thought I was overstating how useful the mole is, consider this. You are standing at the bottom of 2 waterfalls with no way up. This dish must have been for some kind of experimental communication technology. As you can see, it's currently being pointed at a few hundred miles of rock, which makes absolutely no sense. I know there was some weird science to how the production terminals communicated with each other across sectors, and I remember it being one of those things that seemed to go down constantly. The backup system was a ton of buried wire. We like the backup system. When I was down in that facility, part of me thought that maybe I was making all of this up. My crew, my life, the expedition. Your mind starts filling in the blanks you don't want to think about anymore. Like it knows there isn't any harm in it because you're never getting out of there anyways. A sinking feeling that keeps sinking. But it was real. There were hundreds of people here. Thousands. They worked here. We cared about them. We were in this together. I'm not saying all this to hold on to whatever happened to me. I'm saying this to let it go.
Task inbound. Mining charge. Manual placement and detonation required. Unaha's worksuit shielding in effect.
Manufacturing those mining charges is going to require Shiverthorn extract. You'll find Shiverthorn out by the warehouse, and you can work with it the same way you work with Kindlevine. Plant it, thresh it, and thresh it again. Breaker, you've got a problem. Your research core count just slipped into negative digits. Open up your tech tree to see what I mean. You won't be able to activate new tech until you place enough cores to climb out of that hole. I'd suggest you start climbing. Yes!
Material density exceeds mining charge parameters. Advanced mining drill required.
You can blow up the geodes, but those swirly rocks underneath are genuine atlantinum ore veins. Your mining charges won't even make a dent. You're better off mining them with a drill anyways, and it'll need to be at least a Mark II. No protection zones out here with these ruined facilities, Breaker. You can scan everything, you can take everything.
Local signal deciphered. Ingress PX0001. Report to production terminal Victor for triangulation. Production terminal detected. Designation, Xray. Configuration, construction.
I remember Xray. This production terminal isn't like Victor or Lima. This one was modded for a substance we developed here instead of back home. We called it calcite. Most of our core facilities were built out of things we brought from Earth. But when we started to actually develop factories down here, we realized we needed more. A lot more. Calcite was like magic. It resists the elements, it conducts electricity, and something in the limestone here makes it a snap to build. With the exception of being incompatible with our protection zones, it was the best structural material a groundbreaker could ask for. I'm incompatible with protection zones too.
Signal triangulated. New location added to HUD. Cartilage.
This terminal won't give us new tech until we make some initial repairs to it, Breaker. If you don't recognize anything it seems to be asking for, you might have to come back later. Before you decide either way, though, you might as well scan those training terminals right next to Xray. They'll probably give you some good information on what to do here and how to do it. You've got a whole new tech tree to look at now, Breaker. And to start making these new structural components, you'll need two things: steel ingots and cement. The easiest way to make steel ingots is to smelt iron ingots, and the easiest way to make cement is to smelt limestone into quicklime, and then handcraft it or use an assembler to make the final product. Finally, don't forget that steel production and cement are technologies on their own, so you'll need research cores to activate them in the tech tree before you can make any of this stuff. With so much coming and going, transportation and storage hubs oriented around monorail systems were crucial. Might be some good ideas here for how you could set up a few of your own. Hold on. This thing looks completely out of place. Was it hidden inside the structure?
Attention, this is an emergency recording. Speaker identities have been obscured pending executive order of the Assembled Nations Council.
The place beneath Sector Victor is not like what we are now calling Sector Zulu does not and could not have been discovered until our survey of Victor was complete. But it has no resources. Apart from some unusual ruins, the first evidence of in Sector Alpha, there is nothing to the expedition. Accordingly, you will undertake into the absence of anything pilot in our logs as an unremarkable mineral survey. Accordingly, you will undertake into the absence of anything pilot in our logs as an unremarkable mineral survey. What should I file if I do file? File nothing. I will find you.
Is this some kind of surveillance recording? About a secret solo mission below the sector? Couldn't have been from my team. I'd never let someone do that alone. Keep an eye out for more of these. Don't forget Breaker. Those foundation pieces conduct electricity on their own. You can put generators and machines directly on them. No power floors required. You set off 100 mining charges, Breaker. And no, I don't know why I'm counting.
Task inbound. Supply facility access door with self-repair materials.
This store has another self-repair requirement, but we're in no position to argue. This is an emergency. If you haven't started making those yet, get going. Lots of memories rushing back. For a moment, I thought they were distorted, but now I realize it was something else. This place is sideways. Literally. This is the Excalibur. It belonged to the expedition. That factory and all those people I was expecting to find, they were a part of it. And so were we. This locker is empty, but the scanner can pick up molecular traces from things it had in it previously. Even if they don't unlock new technologies, scannable objects like these can round out your databank with background information. Keep an eye out for them. Very acrobatic of you to find a way up here, Breaker. This navigational sphere is inactive, but your scanner was able to pull a databank entry from it. Look up, Breaker. We were too late. Only one person would have been in that chair.
This is Colonel Stefan Wagner. Your suit is failing to transmit a signature. Identify yourself.
Paladin? Sir, you're alive!
In much the same way that you are, it would seem. It is a strange thing to be a witness to your own lifeless body.
I was unlucky enough to end up next to mine, too. But yeah.
I'm not sure what we are now, but I know somehow that I am still myself. I am conscious. I am choosing these words. My experience of this loss is emotional.
Hey, I'm in no better shape than you are. And this Breaker has something wrong with their suit. For all we know, they could be a stack of drones in a trench coat. Either way, at least we've got a body to work with.
Precisely. For now, we must focus on goals that we can achieve. If the sensors from my command bridge were correct, our manufacturing in Sector Victor has been compromised. How far has your exhaustive reconstruction progressed?
Exhaustive reconstruction? Sir, it's the entire sector.
My apologies, Sergeant. I did not realize you had more pressing commitments.
We're rebuilding, sir, but mostly to focus on recovering signals for search and rescue. We can't reach command, we don't have orders, and for all we know, every sector could be exactly like this one. Gone.
Sergeant, your unit could go for months without direction from the surface. That's what deep reconnaissance is about. That's why we chose you to lead it. The resources we came here to harvest, refine, and bring home to Earth are still needed. There is no hardship we can face that does not pale in comparison to the strife that will be visited upon humanity if we fail. Until we learn otherwise, our mission to industrialize this world remains. And rest assured that we will rescue everyone we can to help us accomplish it. But we will accomplish it.
I understand. Either way, sir, we're going to give it everything we've got.
Good. Now let us find our friends. Your mining drills are unacceptable. Why are you not utilizing the Mark II?
We never had the parts down here to fix them when they broke, sir. And Atlantinum was extremely good at breaking them.
Extremely disappointing. The entire purpose of our science team was to adapt our technologies for such purposes.
I know they were working on some kind of Mark II Part 2, but it also sounded like they were making the whole thing up. Probably turned out to be more difficult than they thought.
We shall see for ourselves.
You're starting to get a nice little collection of research cores, Breaker. I won't forget it.
Local signal deciphered. Ingress RD3215. Report to production terminal Victor for triangulation.
This computer has a requisition for local plant life to be delivered to a science team for analysis. It looks like the request was approved, but doing it was marked as a low priority by command, even though the request itself was marked as urgent. We didn't come here for science, but I don't remember this kind of hostility about it either. What were they doing here?
We do not have time for these distractions. System, receive authorization Zeta 17.
Senior Command authorization acknowledged. Override of facility restriction now in effect.
So you weren't really supposed to be in here either, sir? I'm up for building some half-finished prototypes if you are.
Focus your attention on the mining drill. Reckless interference in classified research projects is likely to be responsible for our situation in the first place.
All right. It looks like maybe they were trying to cook up new alloys in here. This whole place is above my pay grade.
I remember the lead metallurgist, Mirage. She was untrusting.
I've never seen these kinds of gemstones anywhere in the sector. And I've been to every corner of it.
The last time I was here, they were studying Gaian ore, synaptite, atlantinum, materials that were not of our world, but not classified.
Couldn't classify those if you wanted to. Atlantinum is everywhere around here.
If they stopped performing research on local materials to import and study something completely unknown, there must have been a reason.
If there was, we won't find it. Somebody wiped every terminal in here. No idea if the scientists were using these plants as scenery or an experiment. They weren't secretive, but they didn't exactly go out of their way to tell people what they were doing either. Personally, I'd toss them into a thresher and be done with it. The plants, not the scientists. You know I didn't mean that. Calyx. Still hard to believe we're somewhere in the middle of this thing.
It was unlike anything mankind had ever experienced. A rogue planet, drifting through the cosmos, origin unknown.
I remember now. We had probes out across the system, figuring out how to bring home critical resources from Neptune, Venus, wherever we could get them.
Yes. On Earth, we had used up Everything. We needed a miracle, and Calyx was that miracle. Dead on the surface, but filled with unimaginable wealth, and passing through our outer heliosphere for a few decades. Yes, on Earth we had used up everything. We needed a miracle, and Calyx was that miracle. Dead on the surface, but filled with unimaginable wealth, and passing through our outer heliosphere for a few decades at most.
If those probes hadn't been out there, Calyx would have flown right past us. It's an awful lot of luck for a species that doesn't particularly deserve it.
And yet it was precisely what inspired our species to come together in a way that many did not believe possible.
Here we are. You've got a good group of assemblers humming now, Breaker, but you'll need a lot more to keep up with where our tech is heading. Keep building. You've built a decent little garden with those planters, Breaker, but I want to see a farm. When I say conveyor, you say belts. Conveyor. Conveyor. Keep laying them down.
Terminal upgraded. New technologies and recommended tasks available.
All right, Breaker. You've learned how to get atlantinum the fun and easy way with explosives. Now you have to actually do something with it. Our smelters weren't built to burn it, so turning that ore into ingots won't be as simple as iron and copper. Start by threshing it into a powder. You'll also need to start supplying the production terminal with power from accumulators. See that big plug on the side of it? Yeah, a high voltage cable goes right in there with a voltage stepper on the other end. And make sure the stepper is on a floor with a good power network behind it. Try to find some time to explore it too. You've got more tools now to open some of the doors we've been finding signals for. Places where people might be trapped.
Task inbound. High voltage cable. Used to create high voltage power systems over substantial distances. Task inbound. High voltage cable. Used to create high voltage power systems over substantial distances. Must be connected to voltage stepper in order to power machines.
You're off to a good start with those mining drills, Breaker. You've got a nice little batch of smelters going now, Breaker. Don't stop. You've built a lot of planters now, Breaker, but we're still far from the endless fields of somebody's childhood. Press on.
Task inbound. Smelting atlantum ingot. Supply threshers with atlantum ore to produce atlantum powder. Combine atlantum powder with kindilvine extract and shiverthorn extract to produce atlantum mixture. Smelt atlantum mixture into atlantum ingot.
Your base building efforts are off to a solid start, Breaker. Keep it up. I love the sound of mining drills in the morning. I want to hear more, Breaker. More.
Task inbound. Research core. 480 nanometers. Blue. Enables the activation of advanced technologies. Advanced technologies require accumulated electrical charge at time of activation. Insufficient charge will result in tech lockout.
Breaker, you've built enough conveyor belts to mesmerize the best of us. If I could get dizzy in here, I would be falling over. Well done.
terminal upgraded. New tech terminal upgraded. New technologies and recommended tasks available.
Never seen a signal jump out right after pushing a tier like that. What in the world?
Local signal deciphered. Ingress FE0009. Report to production terminal radio for triangulation. Signal triangulated. New location added to HUD. Heavy interference. Signal triangulated. New location added to HUD. Interbiome transit.
Interbiome transit? Breaker, that beacon is throwing off a huge amount of energy. Something massive just woke up. I like seeing this many assemblers, Breaker, but you can do even better. Step to it. You've built enough threshers to make the ground hum a bit, but we need to build more. A lot more. Whether you were there to see it or not, one of your drills just finished cutting through the outer layer of an ore vein for the first time. I hope you remember there was a ceremony for this. I've been calling you one all along, but if you weren't a groundbreaker already, you are now. And please, don't worry about running out of ore. These veins might not be infinite, but there were thousands of... Please, don't worry about running out of ore. These veins might not be infinite, but there were thousands of people working here, and it never happened. You're all alone at the buffet.
Extraterrestrial material detected. Advanced mining drill or upgraded tool required.
Bad plan. That plan sucks. Breaker, you're going to build and place as many mining charges as it takes to blow this wall into the next sector. We need to get to that distress call as soon as possible.
Terminal upgraded. New technologies and recommended tasks available. Advisory. All major sector assets have been reactivated. Remaining production terminal upgrades will be limited to the yield of extreme advancements in productivity.
You're going for it, huh? Nice.
Task inbound. Monorail transit system. Enables mass transportation of allocated goods. Task inbound. Cement. Supply smelters with limestone to produce quicklime. Utilize quicklime to craft or assemble cement. Task inbound. Steel production. Supply smelters with iron ingots to produce steel ingots.
This is some kind of medical facility. It was pretty rare that people got sick or hurt, but better safe than sorry. And we should be able to find a few upgrades in mint condition because of it. We used to get irritating notifications on our suits if we didn't spend enough of our free time with these vitamin D lights. A friend whose name and face I can't remember anymore showed me how to disable them. I think I'll go ahead and disable the notifications on yours, too. As far as I'm concerned, your vitamins are your business. I know the vibe of a giant broken surgical arm seems sinister in an abandoned hospital, but what doesn't seem sinister in an abandoned hospital? These things were great. They could do checkups right through your suit. I was never this deep in the hospital. This is a much bigger arm, obviously for some kind of unexpected major trauma. Believe it or not, seeing this is encouraging. It's a reminder that we had plans within plans for every kind of failure you can imagine. All we gotta do is locate the giant robot arm version of what to do if the entire factory and everyone in it suddenly disappears. Breaker, this facility has the tech we need to get you out of your suit. Maybe we can finally hear your voice and figure out who you are. Give me a second and I'll initiate the removal protocol. When a work suit is all that stands between you and being killed by pretty much everything, they make it a little more complicated than pulling on a zipper.
Suit removal denied. Security clearance Sigma.
Denied? We'll see about that. Colonel Paladin?
I'm sorry, Sergeant. Sigma is not a security clearance I possess.
Sir, how could that be possible? The only people who even outrank you are...
The only people who outrank me are not your concern. The Groundbreaker does not seem to be in danger or in pain. They are not disabled or impaired in their ability to construct the machines to meet our objectives. We are in no position to dwell on it. You will drop this matter.
Understood.
Field Hospital. All scans complete.
These look like computer security logs, written by someone named Snowman. My memory of him is scattered. Might be someone I wanted to forget.
Snowman was the head of information technology. I appreciated his attention to detail. Others were less enthusiastic.
These databank logs read like bad teenage drama. He was spying on people.
Many people selected for the expedition had secondary qualities of note. Perhaps his interest in amateur espionage was a mechanism for command to detect and fix petty disputes before they escalated into serious ones.
If we find this guy in a cube somewhere, we're setting his volume to 0.
No. He must be permitted to communicate.
I'm kidding, Colonel.
You were not.
I recognize this place. These were the living quarters for the crew. We might be able to salvage some personal upgrades here that people left kicking around. I remember these barracks. This is where we stayed when we weren't in the field. And there were at least 3 others exactly like this.
What happened here? Some form of mass departure seems certain, but our orders were never to leave things behind in such a state. And even if our transformation is somehow responsible for why we were left behind, that would not explain why the Groundbreaker is unaffected. And even if our transformation is somehow responsible for why we were left behind, that would not explain why the Groundbreaker is unaffected. Unless there was someone entirely separated from the crew.
I'm 99% sure that the Groundbreaker is one of mine. I'd just say names until they nodded if I could remember them. But I can't.
It seems strange that the names of our closest subordinates would not return to us easily. But you are not alone. My memory is similarly affected.
Hey, at least you remembered me. I knew people who put their whole lives into getting picked for the expedition. I just gave it a shot. No idea how I made it, and they didn't.
The criteria for the expedition was never about finding the best people. It was focused on finding the right people.
What's the difference?
You might say that what they were looking for was willingness.
So, if we were lost and the expedition was finished, do you think they would have been willing to go home without us?
Yes. And I would have expected no less of you.
This feels like some kind of video game lounge, but I don't get it. Why did they all have these huge monitors? What kind of game needs widening? Anyways, I prefer cards. Come to think of it, I've got one heck of a poker face now, don't I?
Central Barracks. All scans complete.
It takes a lot of research cores to get all this tech going, doesn't it? Glad to see you're staying on top of it.
Warning. Unknown entity detected. Alert. Full spectrum analysis failure. Caution advised.
What is this thing? It's obviously more than another space rock, but scanning it doesn't return anything in the databank.
I doubt that something of this significance could have escaped us. A central record of it must exist.
I don't know. I would kind of understand if nobody wanted to make a record of this. Doesn't it give you a strange feeling?
I find it unsettling, but I do not sense that we are in any imminent danger. It may be that you have a memory of it that I do not.
No, it's not a memory. It's a feeling.
Very well. Establish a protection zone around this object to prevent any of our machines from coming into contact with it.
Sir? Somebody already set one. The zone already exists. If we can get enough juice into this thing, we should be able to ride it to another sector.
Yes. Hopefully we will find other, more established areas of the expedition still intact, though I fear that this collapse has most likely spread.
Even so, we might find other people who got left behind. Nobody deserves to be alone in a place like this.
No. But until we can contact Command, our primary mission to industrialize this world remains. No. But until we can contact Command, our primary mission to industrialize this world remains. Sector by sector, if necessary.
Sir, with all due respect, don't you think rescuing the crew has to come first?
I do not. We are on a mission to return resources to Earth that will impact the lives of billions. It is greater than any of us. But even so, look at all we have built to come this far. These factories are what have enabled us to augment the signals, open the doors, and discover the tools that have made it possible to learn everything we could. Soon, the electricity of those same machines will power this freight elevator and hopefully carry us one step closer to the truth. I will not pretend to share your priorities, Sergeant, but I can assure you they are intertwined.
Fine. We'll build the factories, especially if it helps us dig people out of the tin cans they sent us down here in. But if it comes down to choosing between a life and a lost cause, I know where I stand.
I will tell you when all is lost. For now, we must remain focused on the restoration of this elevator. Also, the Excalibur was not a tin can.
Power restored to EFES freight elevator. Awaiting executive level security authorization.
Handing this one over to you, sir.
Do not be concerned. System, receive authorization, Zeta 17.
Request denied. Authorization restricted to flag officers.
That should not have occurred.
Flag officers. Flag officers. Wait, I remember them. Pacific did this?
Please, I need a moment to concentrate. A memory is taking form. System, receive Phoenix Protocol Omega 15.
Standby. Confirming planet-wide eligibility. Phoenix Protocol confirmed. Freight elevator initialized. Fulfill production quota to operate.
A production quota?
Yes. Yes, I remember now.
Sir, are you alright?
The quota is unbreakable, Sergeant. We must fulfill it to proceed.
Sir, that isn't the point. These elevators aren't supposed to have quotas that prevent them from moving. This is captivity. This is not what the expedition was about.
There's no need to reach conclusions prematurely. It may be that this quota was instituted to compensate for catastrophic loss of production elsewhere. Or everywhere.
If the loss was that catastrophic, our crew could be in trouble in any sector. Anywhere.
Yes. We are standing before the only way to reach them. Groundbreaker, you will show this quota what I know you are capable of. Proceed.
I hope your assembly line for explosives is on point, Breaker, because you now have access to blast drills. Blast drills use mining charges instead of fuel, and instead of producing ore when you point them at a vein, they produce chunks. Chunks will open you up to producing raw blocks of calcite concrete, which you'll need to keep making new and interesting things for your base. And they'll do even more in the future, so start getting your blast drill situation in order.
Task inbound. Metal powders. Required for production of steel slabs. Task inbound. Water wheel. Used to generate hydroelectric energy for crank generator automation.
Actually, I don't remember what this place was for. Maybe there were groundbreakers who had put them together just to have a place of their own. A tent was always good enough for me, but I wouldn't blame you for wanting to build a little home away from home.
What we down there, those cubes and how I can't stop thinking about it. Precisely my entire expedition became focused distraction. I know. We had distractions already, and out of time. If you sealing the entrance, I am more than replacing you with somebody who... I'm fine. I'll meet you when it's done. No. When done, we never meet again. What happened at the Monolith was... understand nothing. Countless people believe they hold the answer to it. One time, run out. I thought I was seeing when the Monolith activated. I was saw down it. Felt like about the ruins. The cubes. Your actions have threatened them. When we, more than ever, expedition mean to you. Everything to me. Please, tell me to fix this.
This must be the monolith we heard about on those Tapwire recordings.
Do you have any sense of the relationship between our cubic forms and these structures? The recordings implied it, but I feel nothing.
The monolith creeps me out, but that feels more like a me thing than a cube thing.
Perhaps our cubes are defective.
It's true. I'm a bad cube. Maybe it seems odd that we had entire facility blocks for agriculture since our suits automatically fed us. But the rate we burned solid fuel at completely justified it. The scientists tried everything they could think of to get us off solid fuel. I guess some things are meant to be.
Nobody is monitoring who. Here, you can speak freely. I want to know. Andrii, and let me remind you, their own good. I'm telling them it was a mistake. I'm tired that I was imagining things. So I'm at the Monolith too. And what do they say? I don't think they care. They want it anyways. I see. Maybe we should work together.
This looks like an area that was used strictly for transit. Conveyor belts, monorail tracks, HVCs, that sort of thing. A lot of effort goes into getting things from A to B. The best groundbreakers don't forget it.
How? This route within Sector Zulu. I told you. I can feel the energy. Now, all I have to do is never have direction. And emerge someplace convincing enough to... They're everywhere. Eventually. And if we don't... then... sometimes the contingency is you just tell people the truth.
These recordings are increasingly disturbing. It sounds as if this groundbreaker was not merely an agent of Pacific, but placed in some kind of isolation.
So what? Something down there was dangerous. They had a responsibility to tell everyone they could, and they didn't. They went back on it. They were a puppet.
They were under duress. It isn't like you to be unsympathetic for one of your peers, Sergeant.
This is no peer of mine. The admin complex. Not surprised to see this place still standing. I'm sure it wouldn't fall down without written permission. Did I mention how you need lots of explosives for those blast drills? Well, now you need even more of them for your blast smelters. Blast smelters open up a lot of possibilities, but their main job is producing metallic slabs. And you won't be able to build blast smelters until you figure out ceramics, so activating that on the tech tree should be your first priority. Hope you like dirt.
Task inbound. Ceramics. Smelt ceramic parts from clay. Clay is crafted or assembled from dirt, which can be crafted from raw organic materials.
You're headed into the final tier of PT Xray Breaker, which means you now have access to the advanced steel cycle and a few other new ways to get things done. Making steel slabs is a multi-step process that is going to require a decent amount of coordination and blast smelting, but I have confidence in you. And if you don't have the advanced circuits you'll need to make those relay circuits, it might be time to head back to PT Victor for a while.
Task inbound. Advanced steel cycle. Produce steel slabs by blast smelting of steel mixture. Refer to metal powder technology for additional guidance. Terminal upgraded. New technologies and recommended tasks available.
We may have underestimated action, but not as underestimated ours. Their plans to mission to Sector Zulu without us are very impressive, logistically, and perfectly timed detection. A shame. Never considered informant.
All in it. I'll send you a signal. Me.
Warning. Impenetrable material detected. Origin unknown.
If you can manage to get through Great Stone, you'll have done what no amount of drilling, explosives, or human ingenuity was ever able to accomplish. Even looking at it gives me a small headache. Probably from a million hazy memories of trying to punch through it. Trust me on this one. Turn around and walk away. It wasn't meant to be.
Have been captured. Certainly have been captured. Certainly would be.
So, no.
The charges they will face. Mission will resume. We will place together, and we will not.
Why? Why would you? After everything, them away from there.
Because they have confessed to Temple already, so we must force them. Artifacts cannot and will not endeavor.
You're going to destroy them.
I remember having to put an auto shield field up around those cauldron giant plants to keep them from getting chopped down. We realized early on that natural sources of light were worth keeping around. Plenty of room to build factories by cutting into walls. You don't always need to kill the view.
Task inbound. Overtime scaling. Review journal for expansion guidelines to ensure capacity for extreme production terminal upgrades. Standardized sector production quota fulfilled. Freight elevator restrictions lifted.
Excellent work, both of you. We should rest for a while before we depart. I know this reconstruction has been long and difficult.
You sound tired, sir. Are you all right?
These limitations in our memories are irritating. I know that much of what I am able to remember was highly classified, but I can no longer recall the intention behind it. Someone was desperate, abusing their power. Something is not as it was.
Sir, if you're not telling me something that could help us rescue the crew or get out of here...
I understand my duties precisely, Sergeant. Choose your next words very carefully.
You don't have to keep secrets from me, sir. That's all I'm saying. I can see a few things in this office, but the real prizes are in that warehouse. It might be a while before we can get in there. Ah, this is where they kept the good stuff. Advanced machinery and upgrades that would have come down from on high. Scan it all, Breaker. You earned it. These are pieces of the Excalibur, right? That giant tunnel borer you drove us all down here in.
Yes. Every facility and piece of equipment you see anywhere on Calyx was once a part of the Excalibur.
It always seemed unnecessarily complicated to me. Why couldn't we just dig a giant hole and throw everything in it?
The Excalibur was designed to have structural pieces removed from it as we descended, enabling us to industrialize new sectors from the moment of the discovery. Your giant hole strategy would have lacked this sophistication.
You've maxed PT Xray out, Breaker. Nothing left to do now but enjoy all that good stuff at the top of the tech tree. Nice work.
Precision disassembly activated. Use of thresher to deconstruct basic mechanisms and advanced components will no longer result in material loss.
For now, the freight elevator is not our focus. There's a strong possibility that the initiation of the Phoenix Protocol will have unintended consequences. Consequences for which we should prepare. Let us regroup at Sector Victor and continue to expand our operations.
Local signal deciphered. Ingress PRXXXX. Local signal deciphered. Ingress PRXXXX. Report to Production Terminal Victor for triangulation.
A facility door with no serial number?
This may be related to the Phoenix Protocol that I initiated earlier. An entrance accessible to us now that the expedition is in a formal state of emergency.
Understood. We're on it.
Signal triangulated. New location added to HUD. Undertow.
Welcome, Groundbreaker, to the Excalibur. Proceed to your designated safety area and prepare for descent. We are bound for our final destination, Sector Victor. Upon arrival, preparations for our scheduled re-ascension will begin immediately. Do not delay in exiting the vessel.
Escape pod access granted. Do not proceed unless authorized.
This doesn't look like the way to an escape pod.
No, it does not.
Alright, this is definitely not an escape pod. Where are we?
Pulse room initialized. Emergency reboot required.
A surveillance and intelligence room. Likely a contingency planned for by Pacific, with access available only to them. The designation of this place as an emergency escape pod seems to have been a deception.
But if there were no escape pods, that means...
The implications are disturbing, but we must press on.
The contents of Sector Zulu have been sealed by, and all assets to command.
Not all of them.
Of the secured.
You saw. Nobody is going anywhere.
Both of us know that this is mission we will, when we return to Earth. Command, understand.
Yeah, you will understand the consequences. Because I'm going to do you can face them.
Reboot complete. Power levels critical. Establish Tapwire circuit to initialize long-range sensors.
I get it. These Tapwire things do more than just listen to people. There are also batteries that suck up thermal energy around them to act as a power backup for this equipment.
The long-range sensors that this room promises us could be of great value, Sergeant. I want these Tapwires recovered and returned here as soon as possible.
Tapwires reclaimed. Return to Pulse room for placement.
It seems that Pacific had agents throughout the expedition, in addition to these listening devices.
Yeah, and it sounds like the Groundbreaker and I were two of those people who weren't going anywhere. Let's get all of these back to the Pulse room.
Tapwire 2, connecting. Tapwire 3, connecting. Tapwire 4, connecting. Tapwire 5, connecting. Tapwire 6, connecting. Tapwire 7, connecting. Tapwire 8, connecting. Tapwire, circuit complete. Restoring full power to Pulse room. Automated removal of Tapwire vocal distortion initiated. Stand by.
System, you told us these recordings were supposed to remain anonymous.
Earlier statements were aligned with security protocols for unauthorized playback.
In other words, anybody who stumbled across the fact that we were all being spied on by these things would at least think their identities were being protected. But they weren't. Pacific built this room to do whatever they wanted.
Playback ready. Interact with console to begin. Playback initiated.
Place
Beneath Sector Vic.
It looks like these long-range scanners are looking for more than a bunch of secret relics.
The scans likely include everything that was utilized on the mission as well. Some of these signal sequences appear to be related to piloted mechanical suits. Perhaps environmental conditions in Zulu were far beyond what our regular suits were built to withstand.
Or maybe we just needed help hauling as much alien junk out of Zulu as possible. One of these suit signals looks a little different, though. It seems to have been here in Victor for a year before the rest of them were.
The only reason I can imagine such a suit would have been in Victor prior to then is if someone was audacious enough to believe they personally deserved one and decided to appropriate it for themselves.
Permanently borrowing one of those does sound like something I would have done.
These systems should inform us once a location has been found. Investigating the items seized from Zulu is our top priority. But a fortified construction apparatus that the Groundbreaker can utilize will serve us well.
If I stole it once, we might as well steal it again. Amazing work, Breaker. You've maxed this terminal out. Between this, PT Xray, and the freight elevator, you've done all you can here. And if you haven't even fixed the freight elevator yet, you are my kind of groundbreaker.